Hi. Good morning, in a certain sense. We we've had a bit of a time of it, I would say. And the consequences of all of this is that we are now left awaking from a daydream. I would say Operation Daydream, even. Pardon me if I'm getting a bit overly dramatic, but I feel like we have some problems. We've erected an entire grandiose machine, and now we are stuck with it. The good news is that it is providing us with a very high density fuel resource known as benzene to be used in our base for the great continuation of all that we do. The bad news is that it's ruining us. Why is there still creosote in the pipes? Is it just bouncing around in there with nowhere to go? But yeah, the factory itself is in a bit of a state. For the most part, everything has been ransacked in pursuit of a difficult to maintain new infrastructure that we are not in any way, shape, or form prepared for. The very act of pursuing and adopting this great new machine has resulted in the unfortunate destruction of our ability to do anything. We have great amounts of fuel, kinda, and nowhere we can use it. So that's today's project. We need to manage our suddenly destroyed Grand Reserve of fuel in place of this new fuel. We need to work around all of our problems and figure out a way to operate everything we care about. Priority one, I think, just thinking it to myself, is resource inventory management. This semi-fluid generator has 16,000 creosote in it. I want to know how much that is in terms of low voltage power. 48,000 EUs per bucket. So this would be 48,000 times 16 buckets for a grand total of about 750,000 EU in this one device. Fuel efficiency means it'll probably be less than that. So let's give a very, very conservative estimate of 500,000. What can we do on 500,000 EUs? What do we need? Well, my current plan right now, in terms of solving the energy crisis, is naturally to make more gas turbines. The more gas turbines we have, the more available power is for the rest of the base. We could go for advanced gas turbines. They are available, but they're a little pricey. Might be a problem. We could also go for a not advanced gas turbine for general purpose around the base operations. And those are equivalently complicated, but perhaps less energy required. Like electric motor? What's that? Lathe some rods? That's probably the most expensive part of this. Electronic circuits we can assemble. Like there's things to work with here. Another possibility, at least in the interim, is to selectively sacrifice these gas turbines, pause the production of benzene in order to sort of move them around the base to where they are needed. In order to do that, though, we are going to need more transformers, because I'd rather not ransack this one. And that's important because we are going to eventually need to use the EBF to get more aluminum in order to make the advanced gas turbines that we actually wanted from the very beginning. So it's kind of a cyclical problem here. We don't have the aluminum to make one advanced turbine, which means that we are going to have to use the EBF for this. The steam half of it is fine. The basic combustion side of it, that's a questionable amount of creosote in there. And in terms of material we have to smelt, it seems like we're just materially out of aluminum, which raises another problem. If we want more aluminum, we'll have to electrolyze it out of... Oh, I'm holding it. Never mind. Okay. In that case, I think we should prioritize the creation of... Yeah, these are not easy decisions to make. I'm very uncertain. So we have steam. 2 of the steam is going. We have creosote oil in there. There's also a chance we have like a spare supply of cetane boosted diesel. We do. I think I was originally hoping to use that to make raw biofiber, because this biomass made in a pyrolyzed oven, but we have a pyrolyzed oven now, so we could do that. Yeah, 1 million in a can could be what saves us. I need to check the recipes on this. It takes 157,000 EUs to smelt one. Yeah, okay. I think we're pretty solidly committed to the plan right now. We need to make... What I'm going to do is I'm going to make one advanced gas generator. Slap it to a turbine, or slap it to a low voltage transformer, 4 amps, to power the EBF. And then that will be EBF power. The combustion generators will, I guess, have to just be retired. And then the steam turbines, while we still have steam, I suppose could be refitted to work here in this line. Maybe? I'm really uncertain. First order of business, though, I think, is do that. Get the aluminum we need, get the cetane boosted diesel. We'll start it. Then we'll cetane part it. I've already taken it. Oh, yeah, it's dropping rapidly. Okay. We'll dunk the cells in there, and they should swap out the moment the generator loses power. Hopefully it doesn't lose enough power that this thing just shuts off immediately. I know there's some energy loss in the system, but I don't think it's that much. Maybe we'll just go down to, you know, on average 120 volts. I think there's a little bit of an internal buffer in the machine, which I'm hoping might be enough to keep this running. Just through that little hiccup. Worst case scenario, we lose 1 aluminum in the conversion. Meanwhile, let's check our stocks of resources. The circuit assembler is still ready to go, but we don't have anything else to power it with. We have 6 diodes and 1 good circuit board. If we want to make a gas generator, we are going to need 2 good circuits. So 1 good circuit board is not enough. We're going to need another. Let's check what we can buy. This is definitely something worth spending coins on. We've put ourselves in a bit of a problem situation. Okay, let's see. We could buy diodes. They are unnecessary, though. We could buy resistors. We can buy vacuum tubes. Resistors would be good if we need the lower level electronic circuits, which we might. Bronze rotors and stuff we can make with a decent amount of bending. We've got the molten tin for gluing it all together. Rubber is not a problem. Let's check the good circuit board. Copper wire, molten tin is fine. Lead is copper wire. Good circuit board is the iron 3 chloride thing. We were able to do that before, and we should be able to do that again. Chemical reactor. Hydrochloric acid is simply hydrogen and chlorine in equal parts. Get 3 of that, 1 iron. We'll get hydrogen gas back and chlorine back, so this is recyclable. Chemical reactor should have enough power to do something that simple. Out the cycling. They have converted. I should stop this once we have it. This is enough. Combined with the 5 aluminum in here. Put this in the bending machine, it will be enough. What do we have in these? Just a lot of pulp. Ooh, no. We need polyethylene. Do we have any ethylene remaining? I doubt it. Oh, we do. Get a good supply of that stuff then. Wait, what am I doing? The EBF is on. We can't use steam power while the EBF is on. Stop the process. Process stopped. We can now use the rest of these machines. I'm going to make 8 polyethylene out of the compressed air here. I'm going to keep my pure oxygen for something else. Ethylene is cheap with the pyrolyte stuff, and even if we don't have a method of, like, a logistics line for it. Got to figure out how to filter stuff. Actually, I could just do it myself. We could plunger out the extra wood tar and then just supplant it with, you know, the recipe for polyethylene. Wait. No. Ethylene. It would be wood gas that we turn into ethylene here, and then we go slap it into a chemical reactor with the air to make oxygen. Yep. Got it. Remember. Back on board. That's compression. Very good. How's steel production going? It's not. And why not? It's because it's full of ash. Solved it. Something we'll need for the transformers at the very least is bent steel. Once the EBF is running off of benzene by just a single medium voltage gas generator, I'll feel a lot better. Because these will not be an issue anymore. This will not be an issue anymore. The steam can like perpetually just process our materials. It'll be good. And we are running some, if not all, well, but it's not all, so some, of the coke oven. So we will have trickle creosote that we can always go back to in case of a dire emergency. Like if everything goes terrible, we can return temporarily to the Stone Age. And it's not even that bad. We'll return to the Steam Age. Let's try and do that chemistry for a second. We want 3 hydrogen and 1 chlorine. We have a giant container filled with excess chlorine. This is chemical reactor. Is this one? I think we're gonna have to take the existing ethylene out. So we put in... Wait, this is a circuit assembler. This is the wrong container. There we are. Then hydrogen chloride is chemical reactor circuit setting 1. We put in the hydrogen as that, and the... Actually, it doesn't matter. Oh, and we need 3 of each. My mistake. I got the 3 part of the step confused. It's iron 3 chloride. The chloride step is simple. And it's being pumped in here. Of course it is. How do I get it out of there? I have an idea. If I turn the chemical reactor around, the pipe might think this is a valid input. It does. Good. Now I just need to dump off the... that. Combine these over. Excellent. Now we can turn it back around. Fluid auto output is off, and we are back to not having a problem. Fantastic. Okay, next step is put the iron dust in. Do I have iron? I should have dust. Yeah, there's some iron dust. So all we need to do here is put the iron dust in the chemical reactor. This should make some iron 3 chloride as soon as I remember exactly what circuit setting to put it on. Ah, of course, we need the 3 cells to put the hydrogen in once we're done with it. Compressor's done. I also think it's nighttime, so we should sleep. Take the compressed air out, go to bed. Gotta do a lot of chemical manipulation here. Okay, that is the 3 hydrogen of ore. Done and used. Next, we will need the iron 3 chloride in a container. Mission accomplished. Now what? The iron 3 chloride is then put in the chemical reactor with 4 gold foil, a phenolic circuit board, which is very easy to make. 38,000 though. I'm actually going to run this twice. So 16 and plenty of glue in the assembler on circuit setting 1. Setting 1, we want the 16 of this. We already have 2 phenolic circuit boards, which means I actually only do have to run this once. But there's still a question. Meanwhile, let's put in the compressed air, pick up the ethylene from the distillery, put that in here. It is processing. We should get 8 cells worth of molten polyethylene. Cells stored anywhere. Where's the rest of my empty cells? Oh, I should have 2 more of it thanks to this. Still not enough to hold it. I guess they're all being used. Or I put them in storage. Irresponsible, I know. And they're not here. Bothersome. By the way, that bending is complete. We are going to... What? What stalled? Don't scare me like that. Well, regardless of that, we put this here. And then we can pick it back up. Oh, it's gonna take a while, huh? Oh, this probably stalled, but why? Okay, we've got the 8 molten polyethylene, which we will eventually want for this, so I'll put it in there for now. We'll also put what we're going to be building out of it in there for now. We probably stalled because I only have 1 generator here. It's running on creosote. Meanwhile, the steam machines aren't doing anything, so let's run a few more aluminum. Enough to make another hull. You know, for another gas generator at some point. As far as the benzene itself, we do have a pretty good stockpile. 42 buckets, that's... I don't remember my conversion rate. I think it's about a bucket per minute. I have no evidence for that, but I vaguely think it's correct. No, I think that's how many buckets per minute we make, but that's also how much we consume. Maybe it's closer to like 750. Making too detailed chart on consumption to usage. A lot of ash, though. Speaking of a lot of ash, though, how's the farm doing upstairs? That's full. That's full. I suspect the entire line is backed up. There are trees that haven't even been harvested. Optimal harvest. I can't really reach the machine itself, and therefore can't assess how truly full it is. But it definitely seems like even now, we're breaking even. So that's good. Aluminum's going good. How's the circuit board? Circuit boards are complete. Excellent. Now we can do the iron 3 chloride step as soon as I find myself enough gold. The conversion rate is 1 board and 4 foil makes 1 good board. And I'm good with that conversion. But I'm going to need 10 gold worth of foil in order to fully expend the iron chloride, which I want to do. As always, we're a little low on processed gold. We've got some, but not much. Gold is a, understandably, rare resource. Not too rare, but rare enough that it's very inconvenient for me. Okay, what's the setting for... It's 10. I think I'll just go 10 direct for these. Get our 40 foil. Check the creosote levels. Still very good. We're about 1/16 of the way through. Doing too much to stress the system. Aluminum process still going good. We're going 1 machine at a time. 1 at a time. To confirm, what do we need for the transformer? Energy hatch, not transformer. That's a transformer. Just the hull and some associable cables from each tier. Got plenty of copper cable, which I'm eager to spend and not use for wiring because we want annealed for that. That's no issue. Tin cable, we may be out of tin cable again. We go through tin cable fairly quickly. Yeah, I suspect we're out of tin cable. Wait, oh, we have more copper cable. Fascinating. Spare steel in here, some copper ingots as well. Good for the copper cable we'll need for the circuits. The machine's halfway done with the foil as far as what we'll need for the circuits. I'll make enough copper wire as if we're making 10 circuits. That would be 10 ingots worth. In the wire mill. And the wire mill takes like no energy to run. It will not stall the system. And if it does, it'll just stall itself. Solidifier's going good, vending machine's going good, EBF is going good. Everything is vaguely acceptable. I'm almost starting to feel optimistic. Is that bad? Should I be concerned? Okay, bending machine is on its last craft. I'm going to set it back to 1 so I don't forget later, and then put in the aluminum to be bent into shape to make the hull. Just take the foil out and we can prepare the coating of the board. Chemical reactor moment, just put the chloride in there, phenolic circuit boards, and the foil, and we are clear and set. Win. Does mean we are going to have to pick up junk in there already. Picked it up, put the iron 3 chloride in there, and then phenolic, the foil, process. Take a nap. Cool chest of random junk. Yeah, farm continues to just have unharvested trees. And I don't think it's simply because there's a massive stockpile here. I'm gonna steal some of these logs from here, put them back in Creosoteland. Ooh. My past self has been smelting iron. How beneficial. Happy to have that reserve. Meanwhile, all processes over here should be vaguely approaching a completed state. Chemical reactor, I think, was fighting for some effort with the wire mill. This is a surprisingly involved craft. Ah, no, it's because of voltage loss over the wire. I see, I see. The chemical reactor is not intended for such a heavy EU per tick recipe this far along the line. Most of the chemical processes we do are not so energy intensive, but this one is. So the circuitry is not designed for it. Fascinating. Okay, we're almost at half production. Fortunately, worst case scenario, we can emergency ransack some of this creosote. Because that creosote right now is being used exclusively to power the farmer, which does not need that much. Granted, this much is not enough to power the creosote machine perpetually, but we don't need to power it perpetually. Shoutouts to the battery for saving the mission there. Did a good job. Looks like my past self was doing some ash separation. That's a noble cause. We can put that in the "it's just sort of a thing" chest. At least the ashes. And then the carbon dust, that's an element. Now ashes is again centrifuge out some stuff. I doubt the steam separator will permit this. I'll try. Ah. I suspected something like this. The output bus doesn't have room for the final level of the crafting recipe. So what if we made a higher level output bus? Low voltage output bus steam. Does not work with non-steam multi-blocks. But is the reverse true? Like if we swapped it with an ultra low voltage multi-block, would it work? Alternatively, what happens if we put two? Like one here, one there. That's technically more slots. Right? Something to consider. I mean, the other thing to consider is just making a centrifuge. Ignoring that for a second, it sounds like the good circuits are good and done. Which I'm happy about. Now, before we can make the good circuits, we need to make the regular circuits. And that's a little involved. The regular circuits in a circuit assembler is the classic molten tin, resistors, red alloy wire, and vacuum tube. I'm gonna buy all those. The best of my ability. Resistors, vacuum tube. Can't buy red alloy wire. We can only buy red alloy cable, but I think there's a way to un-red alloy. We could put it in a macerator to be recycled into its constituent parts. Apparently, the steam grinder is available for that, and that's just materially efficient. There's no way to scrape off the stuff. This would just give us the dust, but No, in this case, I don't think it's worth it. I will be responsible. I'll be a good Greg citizen, and I will simply make it myself. Those two, however, I am definitely buying. Don't need that. Everything else is looking fine. Put these coins back. We don't need them. We got everything we need right here. Circuit assembler, take the resistors, take the circuits, take the vacuum tubes. What are we missing? What are we missing? The red alloy wire. That's not too bad. We've got the copper for it. Let's get the redstone for it. Little inconvenient that red alloy wire is something we just have to constantly make in this great ascending line of circuit construction. It's completely unavoidable unless we go out of our way to make a different type of origin circuit, like the microprocessor. When can we make the microprocessor? Clean room made out of plastic circuit boards, which are actually perhaps a lot more approachable. SMD resistors, SMD transistors, SMD capacitors, CPUs. It's gonna take some eccentric processing, but it will save us some of these harder to automate materials. We do indeed want the front to back automate anything anyway. I agree with you, Kit. For now, though, we're running into a bit of an energy crisis, so we cannot afford to do that. That will definitely be a good and fun project once we're solidly in medium voltage, because at medium voltage we have a lot of options for automating stuff we couldn't before. And with much better material efficiency. Why do we need to front to back on? We have creosote. It's right here. It's like, boom. We have it. You mean the Lumberly action part where we like chop? Okay, benzene. We have it. Guess what? We did that. That's this. That's that. That's the farm. We got there. We will need to front to back automate more of it. But right now we got it. The problem is we don't have the generators to burn it. Okay, it's not 10 million, it's 60,000, but we're getting there. Well, we're getting there. I forget what I was doing. Red alloy wire, yes. Get those. Okay, I want to check the vacuum tube recipe, see if there's any efficiencies we can have. Get some more with better annealed copper wire and molten red stone alloy as opposed to red alloy. But aside from that, no. What's a NAND chip recipe? A NAND chip array in a cutting machine. Interesting. NAND chip array is circuit assembler, good circuit board, simple SoC, red alloy bolt, fine annealed copper. Still requires the red alloy. Wow, no matter what we do, it requires red alloy bolts. Just a little bit of it. That's interesting. We literally cannot avoid red alloy if we go the vacuum tube route, which is why the microprocessor might be a more appealing option. SMD, well, resistor doesn't have any red alloy in it anyway. What about the capacitor? Tantalum and thin polyethylene sheet. Or aluminum. Aluminum, thin polyethylene. That makes regular capacitors, but if you swap it for thin silicone rubber, it becomes double. And then you have polyethylene on top of that. Then just different polyvinyls or tantalum to get different results. Okay. What about the transistor? Silicon solar grade, molten polyethylene, and fine tin? That's... Okay. I'll answer your question in a second. But first, I want to reach the logical conclusion of this. Transistor is silicon, solar grade silicon, fine tin wire, which is just tin, and polyethylene. Alternatively, gallium. Oh, gallium's a little pricey. And fine annealed copper. Is there an alternate here? No. But transistor? Just silicon solar grade? That's fine. We can get silicon solar grade. Well, we can get silicon. But I know for a fact that the solar gradification of silicon is a non-destructive process. It's just catalysts. Nothing is consumed. It's just a permanent conversion of the silicon to solar grade silicon. Nothing is lost. So that's as good as our silicon and our ability to automate it. To answer your actual question, what would it take to front to back automate red alloy bolt? Well, assuming an input of copper, ingots, and redstone, you would start with an alloy smelter to convert it into red alloy. You would then put it in a lathe to turn it into an alloy rod. You would then need to put it into a cutting machine to split them into rods. You would also need a way to recycle the small red alloy dust, which means that more than likely you're not putting in, like, the alloy smelter step to make red alloy is then being melted down into liquid red alloy, molten red alloy, put into a container, which then is solid. Wait, no, that makes it even easier. That makes it even never mind. Okay, step 1. Alloy smelter the copper and redstone. Step 2, fluid extract it. Step 3, fluid solidify it into a rod mold, and you are done. That's it. That's all you need. It's actually quite simple. My complaint with the red alloy is not the difficulty in making it. It's actually very easy to make. My complaint with red alloy is that it costs redstone. A rare commodity, all things considered. There we go. You're right, you're right. I haven't been thinking about farming. I haven't been thinking about farming. We have redstone power in glowstone centrifuging. We do have... Okay, yeah. Speaking of farming, we need to up our food production. I'm almost out of sandwiches. Let me just get some of these and we'll make some vegetable sandwiches and stuff. Okay, we're going to need a lot more crop managers then, huh? We're going to be making entire production lines of materials to a grant. We are really going above anything I did in the last season. Like, things are in direct threat of going nutty. And I'm looking forward to it, because this is what I was... This was objectively my goal. This was my function, my objective. I forgot how to make a knife. Let's cut a million tomatoes, see what happens. Yep, knife broke. Knife. Is it just something like... Yep, that makes sense. I'll just make one out of iron. Crop crossbeating scares me, admittedly. But I do agree it's probably helpful. Salt knife, spodium, parazionite. Let's do 2 of each. Let's see, Lasma. Huh, got a lot of steel dust. Forgot the handling procedures for steel dust. What's the way to desteelify it? Blast furnace. Smeltery is also available. 2 plants, put farmland between them, and then put a thingy on the farmland between. Yeah, I know how to crossbreed. I'm just afraid of, like, the management of it. See here. Yep, that's another pile of ashes. Done and done. Those in here. Put the regular ashes in there. We are out of iron for stealing. We will have to steal some more. Before that happens, though, let's start the process of the next cactus boost. Moving on back, get the, let's say, the full and proper stack of iron here. Run back over, fill that up. All that good steel for now. Okay, what step are we on? We are out of tin. Okay. I gotta fluid extract me some tin. Well, no, don't do it from that. Use it from tin dust that we have lying around. Arsenic. There's the tin. Okay, fluid extract me some tin. Put this bucket of ethylene right there for future polyethylene construction. Pick up the tin. Put it here. In terms of vacuum tubes, that's all we can make right now. We will need more. We may as well make more. We can buy more vacuum tubes. Best to get this out of the way now. Done. This will give us enough circuits to make 2 medium voltage. Oh, we're out of resistors as well. We have what we need. I'll make the resistors myself. Let's see, the assembler calls for glue, copper wire, fine copper wire, and some dust of a carbonic origin. And it gives more if you use annealed copper wire. Which I won't. And we need... These are terrible exchanges, so I will do the assembler strategy. We need 8 here. And if we're not using annealed copper, because it's too expensive, then we'll be using regular copper. Which calls for 8 wire, 8 fine copper wire. Sufficient glue. Recipe assembly setting is 3. Ate that. Ate that. Good. Then we will use the carbon dust and then slap some glue in. Carbon dust elements. Take 2 of those. I was stockpiling carbon dust for the use to make tape, but this works too. Carbon. And finally, the glue. We have enough glue. We're running out of glue in this tank, but we're not running out of glue in total. Our rubber production and our glue production are sort of going hand in hand here. One, that'll be the other. Kind of an intermediate step here. Okay, maybe we're running out of glue a little bit, but the solution to that is easy. Just put in like 40 slime. We'll get plenty of rubber, which we can combine to make rubber. And free glue. In fact, rubber is becoming a bit obsolete. Because we can replace... Well, no, we still need rubber. Polyethylene isn't replacement for rubber. It's replacement for wrought iron. Of all things. Of all things. There's our creosote supplies. 6 barrels remaining. I'm going to top it off with the creosote in the... here. Give me some of that. Oh, I think it accidentally entered the pipe system. Yeah, it might have. I do not know how to resolve. Oh, no, 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 no. Of course, they've gone into the hoppers. Well, most of it. Okay, maybe some of it went to the hoppers. That or I'm just not keeping good count. I'm just going to trust everything is fine. There's no problems. No issues. Everything's just fine. Everything's just fine. Don't worry about it because everything's just fine. If we long-term see charcoal backing up in the item system, that's gonna be evidence that we accidentally dropped the creosote cell into the system and should probably fish it out at some point. Ignoring that, we have our 8 circuits and a mess of an inventory. Just shunt some of the extraneous materials into here for a second. Some steel back, some dust, put the calcite in there with the rest of it. Okay. So, 8 circuits. Good circuit board. The molten tin is probably going to need a top up. Let's just go... I brought tin with me, didn't I? Did I put it back? No, I put it in here. Extract the tin. Extract the tin. We've got circuit. We now need copper cable. And finally, diodes. Sorry, copper wire and diodes. That's not enough. We need more diodes. Green coins. I'm buying some diodes. And that will sort us out. Good. With that solved, it's now just a matter of assembling the machines. And all the parts of the machines. And all the... Oh, I did not realize the food situation was this critical. Okay. The lunchbox is empty. Be advised. We need to make sandwich. Immediately. I made the iron rods for this. I also was supposed to have made 2 iron plates for this, but I think I forgot. Okay. Then we go back to the kitchen. File a knife. In the kitchen. Wait, no, we need the tools. So the tools are down here. Okay, this is a little, I'm a little panicking. Okay, knife, file, hammer. Hammer, file, 2 plate, 2 rod, 2 knife. We'll keep 1 down here as a replacement for this knife, which is about to go kaput. And then this knife will be the kitchen knife. There we are. Now, in terms of bread, we've got plenty of baguettes. We've got plenty of onions. We need a few more cucumber, though. So we'll make cucumber, though. There. We made cucumber, though. 3 of that, 3 of that. Put the baguettes in line. Put some onion. Shift click. There is our returning resources. Good. Seems like we've got too many tomato, sorry. But at the very least, we have sandwich again. Let's eat some of these tomato slices, get the nutritional value of the sandwich back up to full. There we go. Then eat this. Ew. Okay. Extra cucumber back. Sort on that. Not like it helped. Okay. Food situation is stabilized somewhat. Having a noticeable lack of meat in our diet, which is something we will have to correct eventually. That's to not even mention the dairy. Okay, how's the circuit going? We have 4 circuit. That's everything we need for the gas turbine. That's good. And that is very good. Right, we'll need the motor. That's going to be more aluminum, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Put that in. Got all the cable we need. We just need the motors. The motors themselves are going to need to be 4 cable each. We are going to need... yeah, cable, steel magnetic rod, aluminum rod, and then the cupronickel. Do we have any more cupronickel? Have I spent it all? I figure I spent it all. Listen here. Nope. Okay, back to the alloy smelter. We got cupronickel to make. Actually, before that, give me 2 of those. Actually, only 4. Two for each, basically. Steel to be lathed. The cupronickel. Let's see if we have any. We have some. I guess I just didn't put it into cable form. Wire form. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll eventually want 2. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Forming here, we want these at size 2. Run through those. These plates are ready. They can combine with these plates that are ready. Okay, so this step doesn't require any input from the world. It just requires me to smack it with a wrench. A wrench that I don't have. I need to make a new wrench. Then I want another steel one. And then the 2 here will be for the rods, which will be lathed soon. What's running right now that I hear? Wire mill, of course. Yes. Give you the battery, and then go bending machine to make 8 more plates of that. Still holding up good? You are still holding up good. So if you're still holding up good, are you still holding up good? Yeah. We just have power. Power enough for this, at least. This one, maybe not so much. We want the lathe to carve 2 steel. In theory, we want it to carve 4. We'll eventually have to make both. Reset supplies are still going fine. So reserve. This right here should not be happening. So why is it happening? Why is there a backup of charcoal here? This ain't full. I have to imagine it's because there's a rogue... There's a rogue creosote cell in the system. So I'm gonna build an emergency relief chest to divert it out of there. Because it can't enter this because it's reserved. So if I put this chest here, and then be annoyed at myself for not bringing my wrench, my very own personal wrench, and shunt it like this. There it is. We found it. Ooh, fuel in there is running low. They want to prioritize. Oh, you're done. Great. Let's see. We want to lathe here. Have I lost my hearing? Why don't I hear you? Why don't I hear you? I hear the water, but nothing else. Oh, there it goes. I guess I just lost my hearing for a second. Okay, polarizer, putting the steel rods. The motors are going to be ready soon. Let's make the full collection. Pow, pow. Pow, 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 pow. Oh, I didn't make enough. Go forth. Now I have enough for one. Well, for two motors, one gas generator. Unit conversion is weird. But for sanity purposes, I think it's better to just make it all at once. Okay, these two aluminum dusts go in. They get compressed here to be recycled into aluminum chunk. Sorry, raw aluminum. It's a chunk. It's a chunk of aluminum, alright? That's a good name for it. Meanwhile, I'm going to do some future prep. Good enough. I'd put it in the macerator if the EBF wasn't running right now, but it's running right now, so I'm not. You should be getting full of coal soon. That up, build that up. Good to keep going. We'll go back to charcoal soon. Build 9. You are taking your sweet time on this. I know I have to just wait 4 minutes. What can we do in the meantime? Once we have this is already available. We need bronze rotors. Let's get the bronze, make 6 rotors. That's actually a lot of bronze. Or that's not even bronze. Do we have bronze? Approximately no. Okay, how do we solve this? I guess how we solve this is we convert our cassiterite sand into tin. so that we can use it in the alloy smelter. Because I want the tin more than I want the oxygen. Then we have plenty of copper for the copper part of the equation. Just take 48 of it. Dedicate it to this cause. We need to process more copper. We're running low. Yeah, we may need to do that. So once that reaches 16, that's arsenic. Orchidite sand, there's bits and pieces available occasionally. But we have 10 tin ingots already, so combined with that 6, we have enough. But again, the EBF is running, and I do not want to void the aluminum. Fortunately, it's only another 30 seconds. I'll wait. Spare motor in here, though. I'm calling it. Launch. We have these. We can lathe these into rods. I'm getting less on top of the actual time it becomes night. I think that's because my factory has moved indoors. It used to be outside and I was able to detect the subtle change of the sunset. But now that I'm indoors, I have to wait till things actually start physically getting darker. Which is inconvenient. Okay, the rods are ready. Compress these back into more aluminum chunk. I'm committing to that name. Until I forget. Put those in. Get ourselves 4 electric motors. Put these in here. Now all we're waiting on is the... Oh. Right. Well, that's not tough. We just put those 4 there. Put the circuits in. And this is the polyethylene step. Yes. What is the operation for that? No circuit setting in particular. Just 2 molten ingots of polyethylene. Machine casing. Didn't I make plates for... Yes. Recipe for a wrench is just the ingot, so I'm not worried about losing this one. Done there. Get ourselves our 8 molten polyethylene, which I have stored conveniently in the somewhere. Looking for a molten thing with the number 8 on it. Where we looking? There it is. Put all of that in there. We put the 4 copper cable in the casings and it runs. However, we still need tin cable for the low voltage transformer. We also need tin cable for the just general operation of making the transformers itself. The wire mill, if you could make... That's enough for the casings. Then we need 4 more for the distance. But we're making we're making numbers. We are making 2 transformers. So we need 4 cable for the casings, the hull, and 8 for the transformers. Turning these into cables is no big deal. There, I already did it. Boom. You saw me do it. It happened. Those in there, put that in there. The polyethylene will run for that. Will we have enough cables for the transformers? It looks like yes. How's the alloy going? Excellent. This is plenty. This is going to be a big craft. We may have to restock the creosote again. 12 plates for 3. Double it. Give it to the next machine. This is good. The assembly machine has our product. Those in there. I'm stealing 2 of these, and I'm gonna make the transformers now, simply because I can. Oop. This is probably backwards. It was. Now, by default, they go into step-down mode, which is how I plan to use them right now. Some 4X tin cable there. Provided I have any. I may have spent it here. Let's see, do I got any more 4X tin cable around? Not in here. What about in the chest? No, in here. No. Well, I'm gonna need that. Better make some. In cable. Anything special? No, I could just put it on the wire itself. Excellent. I'll make 2. All this is 4X tin cable, so that's already ready to go. Just wire mill, put this on 4. Make 2, please. Vending machine's done with that. To make the interior, we are going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rods, which will be converted into rings. Those in the lathe. Take that out, put that in. Make sure power is good, though I suspect the wire mill will not be drawing too much. Put that there, that there, that there, that there, that there. Okay, let's rewire this buddy. We have the annealed copper cable. I have annealed copper. We shall make cables out of this. We will need to. Annealed copper ingot, put this on circuit setting 1. That's the wire. We want cable. I'm going to need to fluid extract 2 sheets. Put them in there. Over to the assembly machine. Put this on circuit setting 24. The default setting for all circuit coating activities. Coat the circuit. Good. All right, time to do some rewiring. Oh. Well, it looks like there's been a bit of a material backup at the factory. Very much a material backup at the factory. I have not been paying attention to this at all. Actually, in principle, I shouldn't even been operating it. Okay, we have plenty of rubber now. In case you were wondering the amount of rubber we had, the answer is plenty. That's the amount. That is very much the amount. Okay, get my wire cutters. Get my wrench. You're waiting on the rotors. That's not stop me from doing this because I don't need anything else from you. Farewell. Extend cable. Select the backpack for maximum inventory management. Dump this, dump this. Anything that's like a raw material in transit is not going to be useful here. Oh, that's where all my cells went. Okay. The 2x tin cable that we've become used to over the times is no longer in. Oh. You know, in theory, there are ways to make this positionally efficient. I don't really care. Just, like, side it up nice and pretty on the edge here. Maybe go under, I don't know. That's not really important. What's important is that we get the wiring good. The tin cable is unambiguous. We know where they have to go. They have to go here and here. Connect yourselves into there, please. Okay. The transformer must go somewhere adjacent to these. Looking at this, I think I'm gonna go above. Keep falling down that hole. In fact, I'm at a point where that hole doesn't even make sense to keep. Just block it off. Okay. So I'm gonna put the transformer there, the copper cable here, and then the generator here. So these can go. There's also really no functional reason the steam has to come to the EBF anymore. We could move the pipes to the right, have them sort of snake across, and maybe add some steam power to our low voltage setup. But I think that will be superfluous once we have a single medium voltage gas generator with transformer operating there instead. So, low voltage transformer goes there. This is the output, 4 amps of low voltage. The input of 1 amp of medium voltage is here. Put that there. Then we simply seek the final product, which requires the bronze rotors. The lathe is complete. We can now do the classic hammer file combo to turn these into rings. The final step is mildly inconvenient. We require the molten tin currently in the circuit assembler to be used as a welding component The bronze rotor. I believe the bronze rotor setting is 4 for the 4 blades. That looks correct. Success. Yeah, I know. Final craft. Again, low on tin. We may want to convert to soldering alloy. Just any amount of antimony would have the amount of tin we use for this stuff. Hold on, buddy. Let me get my sword. I got my sword. Oh. Nope. Nope. Yup. What the heck do we do with these 2X cables? My immediate thought is grind them down, turn them into one 4X cable. This spider on my yard. Yes, indeed. What kind of spoder are you? You're looking fairly large from this angle, and you appear to have regeneration of some kind. Not a good look, if I'm gonna be honest. Where'd you go? There'd you go. Yep, you appear to be a giant spider. Increased size and damage. But given it's daytime, you don't appear to be hostile, so... you go about your business. A lot of leather armored creepers over there. Something muddying about in the waters or beyond, past the... yep, there's a giant infernal guy under a tree. Let's ignore that. Don't have to leave the base right now. This is a material processing day. Giant spiders on the cactus. I recognize that pattern. Okay, the rotors are complete. Place them in. 1, 2. Excellent. The first shall go here. I want to do better manipulation on its position. Do dirt and have it face outwards like this. Wrench that. Wire that. Now we simply connect the pipe. All wooden fluid pipes are available. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. No. We'll keep it level to the underground. Go like this. Okay. Wrench that in. I'm stuck. Walk around. Wrench that in. Unwrench that. Pipe should be empty, and then finally reconnect the bottom of the universe. Connect this tank here. Yes. But that is merely step 1. Or there's more we can do. We can get rid of this. We can have this be Transformer Central. Connect that. We do not want to accidentally blow up some wires. Take our annealed copper cable. Hit it that way. You know what? Let's add a a modicum of safety here. I'm gonna reroute the pipe for this so that I can put the generator here. Wiring goes up. Connect that down there. Connect that down there. Looks all connected and good. This is receiving power, but it's not providing it anywhere. It's because we need to wire cutter this. You are in step down mode as expected. That's the input. Down. We now have 4 amps of low voltage power going to our assembly of grand machines. For any practical purpose, we do not need to worry about overloading the system on power usage. We have double what we have ever had before. We are now back at full strength. With a stockpile of 74 buckets and a general estimate that we can power 2 medium voltage machines perpetually with our benzene production rate, we are back in business. I'm going to celebrate by making a lot of aluminum for no reason. Put it in there. We win. Now let's do some material processing. Celebrate the fact that we can use both the EBF and our steam machines unrestricted at the same time. I'll return our maintenance gravel here. What? Huh. What's wrong with it? We got 4 amps of low voltage going straight into this thing. Why is it not working? Loss per meter per ampere is 1 EU volt. Why? Is the power loss too great over the super thick tin cable? Is it the copper cable? If it's the copper cable, then maybe I can solve this like this. And then do that. And then hopefully that works. We're losing a lot of aluminum on this test. It's the tin. I think I have a way to solve this too. So what if we... How's the energy hatch work? Accepts up to 2 amps. Yeah, okay. Here's the plan. Move this down. Wrong item. Move this down. Wrench it that way. So 2 amps goes in there. Then we take the 2x tin cable to bridge the gap. So this should be perfect lossless. And then we do that. And then, because then it should be 2 amps perfect and then 2 amps with a little bit of loss. And this 2 amps with a little bit of loss was good enough before, so it should be good enough now, is the hope. Is the hope. I'm making a new wrench. I'll make it out of steel. It'll last me a good while. Part of me is wondering if I should make it out of cobalt, because I could be making everything out of cobalt wool nowadays. But I gotta show some restraint. Okay, this is working. This is a system. New idea, then. Now, I think the EU loss here is inevitable. I could wire it better, but I don't think that's the heart of the issue. Oop. Oop. Oh, wait, no. We want the big one. Oop. Oop. Already connected up. And we want to be careful with this to not cause a voltage explosion. So disconnect the wire. Break this. Break this. The transformer back, wrench down, in, wrench up. That'll remove some voltage loss in the system. And it is good. Okay. Part of me doesn't like this. And the reason part of me doesn't like this is because I want the option to power something else. A medium voltage machine off of this generator. Particularly, we've got this electrolyzer sitting back here that I would like to put back into service. So we're doing that. And now if we're using the electrolyzer, then maybe we can't do both at the same time. I think this voltage drop... This is just a giant pile of low voltage machines. I think it'll be fine. We're not going to be cutting 4 amps on this thing. At least not normally. But also these are single blocks, so we also don't care about void outs or brownouts. We don't care about brownouts because there's no chance of void out. And the EVF is going good, so stick to 2 X cables. And if you're downstepping, use a transformer to be one of those cables. Good to know. Oh, well, that's solved. Let's fill up the floor again. The benzene is good. The factory is back to operational standards. That's really all I was aiming to do today. So I'm glad it happened. Picked up this torch to do the introduction. And yeah, I suspected that it had some consequences. Oh, I wonder if that's happening because it's providing light from the coke ovens. That may not be a reliable light source then. We'll have to be careful about that. Maybe move this torch closer. Yeah, now that it's off and it's still secure, that is a good sign. Good. Well, it's going steady. How is the plant situation? Oh, right. This tunnel is dark. I don't have any spare torches, do I? No, but I can make some. Charcoal supplies are pretty solid. How's this going? The rubber is still in the bank. The soda light is... fine as an output. Just keep processing. Take the rubber, put it in compound zone. We can then take the soda light we already have and extract all of its lovely resources. Resources really are quite lovely this time of year. Boom. This is going to continue our process of getting chlorine. Chlorine is something I'm told, but haven't really verified, that we want a lot of eventually. The only reason I've used chlorine so far, a very useful use for it, admittedly, has been the iron 3 chloride to make good circuit boards for cheap relative to the price of gold. And frankly, not a bad deal. This will fill up pretty quickly, but I think it's important that we get all this stuff out of it. This is our silicon supply for solar grade silicon for fancier circuitry. This is our aluminum supply for plenty of medium voltage constructs. Now that we have a solid, reliable source of, assuming we just stop the benzene production for a bit, polyethylene, aluminum from sodalite, and chlorine from here, we're pretty good to make medium voltage hulls in mass. The only question is the sanity of... Okay, the aluminum hulls are easy, relatively. It's a little slow, but everything with a blast furnace is slow. The problem is the circuits, which are going to require, complicated crafting, basic recipes for that, and also all of the machine parts in medium voltage. But we've kind of reset. We're back at a condition comparable to when we first entered low voltage. And I think given that, it may be soon time to do another circuit bulk craft quest. This time not for low voltage, but medium voltage circuits. With a stack of medium voltage circuits, and maybe even getting a stack of medium voltage motors, we'll have the basic foundation for making any medium voltage machine we want. And although our fuel supply is not enough to keep up with powering all of them at once, it's another low voltage situation where we only had one generator and needed to make 1 million things. We'll just do it one at a time. We can't automate yet in medium voltage, but we can process. And some of those processes are pretty important. Just look at some of the charts here, because one of the very last things I did was just barely get into high voltage in Season 1. Looking at what it considers to be important for progression, there's the medium voltage assembler. What does that benefit? What can a medium voltage assembler do that a low voltage can't? I know there's something, I just don't remember what. We got an extruder. Better ratio for making rods, pipes, wires, plates, and many more parts. Most extruder recipes use more than 32 EU per tick, so you need an MV extruder. After crafting the machine, you need extruder shapes for the different types of parts you will want to make. A few more shapes. Most of the Tinker's Gregor tool parts are made in the extruder. They also have long extrusion times to balance out their usefulness. So I'm curious exactly what the efficiency is. Pipes? There's definitely room for efficiency there, maybe. What about wire? In an extruder. 1 ingot extrudes to 2 wire. That's the same as always. So I don't really know what the advantage over a wire mill is here. What about pipe? Let's go for a normal pipe. We know we get 2 for 6 plate. Okay. I don't think this is actually more efficient. I think it's simply more direct. If you were to automate the production of pipes, you would need to no fluid. You would need to take a theoretical ingot, press it into a plate, and then actually, I don't know if you can automate pipes right now. Let's go bronze fluid pipe. Bronze fluid pipe. You would need a fluid solidifier with... That is the correct amount, but it's medium voltage. For a normal pipe mold. Over 4 seconds. So that's not bad if you're into fluid processing. But an extruder is even faster. And doesn't need the fluid extraction step. You can go straight from your assumed ingot you made directly. So that saves on power. Makes things more efficient. My mind drifts back to the sandwich factory. I want to see how viable that is again. Well, now that we're here. So let's say vegetable sandwich. Assuming we're going large veggie sandwich. Maybe veggie sandwich as a palate cleanser. I don't know why they say not worth it. I think it's very worth it. Very easy to process. So, we only have the crafting recipe, which means we would need to use an auto workbench, something we can very easily assemble with some wrought iron or even regular iron in a motor. With that, we will be able to make our sandwiches. What about these other components? The onion slice is made in a slicer. Sliced baguette is made in a slicer. As far as the vegetables itself, they're obviously farmed. We can extract them with a crop manager, possibly several crop managers. They can be moved, they will be sliced, they will be put into the recipice, and go from there. The baguette is another crop manager for the wheat. The wheat will then be macerated, then they will be washed. Let's follow this back a second. Yeah, okay, we forming press 3 dough. The dough is... This is the wrong dough. That dough. It's a mixer. We macerate the wheat for flour, then mix it with water for dough. That's some pricey water, though. I guess that's the price of automation. Can't do the cauldron trick. So from there, makes dough. We can make sugary dough, which is used for cake bottoms, but let's not add that to the recipe just yet. Forming press it in a baguette mold to make dough. The dough is then smelted through whatever means you wish to have to available. And then the kicker is you got to slice it. The slicer is done in a slicing machine, which we can make. Low voltage recipe, that's simple and easy. Especially considering we'll need many of these to slice all of the tomatoes and stuff. But no matter what thing we use, we are going to need a slicer blade. And the big problem with the slicer blades is that they're made of stainless steel. And a block extruder shape for some reason. The stainless steel is a, generally speaking, high voltage metal made by, or at least formed by high voltage blast furnace. We don't have high voltage technology for the blast furnace. We barely have medium voltage. Arc furnace, recycling, plasma arc furnace, no. Vacuum freezer on hot stainless steel, but you literally can't make it. Fluid solidifier of molten stainless steel, but it requires fluid extractor on stainless steel ingots. It's a vicious cycle. You must go through the high voltage blast furnace. So no matter what, stainless steel is not available. Tragically. But to get stainless steel, at least as a dust ingredient to be blast furnace up later, you would need iron powder, nickel dust, manganese dust, and chrome. The iron and nickel is easy. Manganese is It's looking pessimistic. Spessartine is... Wait, manganese vein. We have manganese vein. Right? Kaolinite, tin, kaolinite, basaltic mineral, iron, basaltic mineral, magnetite. We do have manganese. Okay. So we can get that. As I lose my recipe on everything. The chrome is an absolute pain, but we can get one. The only advantage of the stainless steel problem is that we don't need to produce this in bulk. We just need one. If we can get any amount of stainless steel ingots, we can make a deslicin. We just need 2. Okay. So for the vegetables, at least, we will need to slice 4 things. The bread, the tomatoes, the cucumber, the onions. That's 4 slicers, which means we'll need 4 slicer blades. 4 slicer blades will require 8 stainless steel plate and very likely 2 extra ingots to make screws out of. It might just be 1, but that would require like fluid handling, which I don't know if it's available. Not the point, though. We need to acquire 10 stainless steel for that to be viable. And we certainly aren't making it right now. If we wish to make it, we will have to find more. Like, we're gonna have to find it in a chest or something, and I don't know if we can get stainless steel just lying around. Seems kind of unrealistic. Not unrealistic in terms of physical reality, unrealistic in terms of odds of success. I'm just casually of the opinion that we might be doomed on that front. Is what I mean by that. Is there, like, cactus bonsai plant? Like, can we cactus in the same way we spruce tree? Maybe it's unnecessary because this is already excellent. Easily scalable, extremely cheap, just tedious to build. Man, you are full of beans. Oh, the flower got crushed at some point. Cauldron's still floating in the sky, still got water in it. Well, even if we can't do the slicing part, we can do the slicing part manually and just make sandwiches in bulk. But then again, we can make sandwiches in bulk already. Maybe we should make sandwiches in bulk. Just make an obscene amount of bread. Go from there. Maybe separate all of our food and plant processing between sandwich and not sandwich. Benzene supplies going up. Log supplies looking good. Let's check on that real quick. How's this chest looking? Still looking as full as ever. I like our circumstances right now. We're just sort of letting everything process. And I personally am very happy to process a whole bunch of sodalite for all the power in the world. Like, look at that. We're getting free chlorine. We're getting plenty of stuff to process. And with all the sodalite we've got, we basically have, like, over a stack of aluminum just available to use. And using it would be nice. What do we think we want to do with this extra steam power we have? We could build another steam multi-block, but aside from the fantastic parallels, I think they might be obsoleted by just having some single blocks. Also, just the material investment is a little bit high. How much do you use this using? 90. That's 75%. Equivalent to 24 at low volt. So in theory, if I'm running the numbers correctly, we could power one of these without issue. Anything we want to process? If there's one thing I want to do with our power is probably finally get a dedicated centrifuge line. So we can take all of the ashes that are totally building up in our pyrolysis ovens full distillery section. Yep, here they are. Put those in a centrifuge. And then I think I would just want to funnel these all into an electrolyzer to extract the resource that's inside. Not a mixer, we want a centrifuge. Because we electrolyze this, we get some phosphorus and a lot of oxygen. Electrolyze this, we get sodium, carbon, and oxygen. This is iron and oxygen. This is magnesium and oxygen. This is potassium and oxygen. And this is calcium and oxygen. Some of these materials are perhaps not as useful as others, but they all give oxygen. If we have a decent supply of oxygen, that can be utilized in the rest of our factory. Just a good old oxygen reserve. It's iron from the banded iron. And iron's used like everywhere. We just make stuff out of iron. We make steel out of iron. We make good electronic circuits out of iron, thanks to the chloride step. This beehive has the audacity to be able to spawn a monster on it. Just expand the range, because I did want to empty out this pool and push the base to be more this way. Interesting. It does cut into a biome with precipitation. We may need to keep that in mind. Oh, we have plenty of torches. I could light up this whole area. How'd that happen? Did I just never put a spruce back on there? Inconvenient if yes. Oh yeah, mobs don't spawn on this stuff. Probably because it's technically not a solid block. It's ever so slightly shorter. It's like soul sand, but I think mobs can still spawn on soul sand. Feels like skeletons do. In the nether. That light there, put that light there. Cleaning up the darkness around the nether portal, I think, is beneficial to us. There's a point where operations within the base are so secure, our borders so well defended, just by there being walls and stuff, that we don't have to sleep through the night anymore. I know a lot of people that put their... I say I know a lot of people, but I've seen other people put their GregTech bases in a mountain, so just the interior is lit up and they go to work. I, being in a non-precipitation biome, at least partially, means I have the luxury of being able to make a GregTech base mostly outside. Or at least with very open walls. Now, the good news is that it's nice and I like it. The bad news is that it's obviously not protecting me innately from hostiles. Not that the previous season base, which we made underground in a mountain, was doing that good either. It was doing alright. Ghost spiders still kept getting in. I guess it got pretty good after a while. Still, we have big ambitions, and we are going to have big territory for them. Cool. Managed to throw a stack of torches everywhere. Check back on the farm. How you doing, farm? Yeah, max size optimal harvest. It's just not harvesting. We're making too much log. We gotta start spending this log more. I can funnel it back to here. But I don't think that's doing much. Especially considering we don't need creosote anymore. We're not using it for anything. We could use it for something. I don't know what. It's technically keeping the timer of how long we can have steam power up. But even then, we could get charcoal elsewhere. What do we do now? I really don't know what to do. We've solved the direct problem. We've got that solution. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Glowstone dust. I think the reason we haven't been harvesting redstone yet is because the centrifuge recipe is medium voltage. Yes. These are actually both very good for us. What's the circuitry power of gold, by the way? I know it's a decent wire, but what tier? Tech. Give me a wire mill. There we go. Ah, okay, it's a high voltage wire. Assumedly, we coat it with something and it makes gold cable. Stats? Oh. Oh, actually, it's not that good of a cable after all. Unless this is just what you come to expect at high voltages. Loss per meter per ampere is 2 EU volts. Let's just check cable. We got all the low voltages. Most of them, at least. Medium voltage, iron, cable, copper, nickel. Copper is Bad. Annealed copper is the gold standard, as I understand it. Canthal is high voltage. Gold cable, electrum cable, silver cable, EV, IV, EV, LUV. Okay, so it seems like the best high voltage cable is silver, not gold. That's okay. Gold still has its function. It's still used in the circuitry step. So it's equivalent to copper circuits, but not annealed copper circuits, is how I choose to think of it. We sleep. You want me to just make a lot of generators on site? Maybe it is time for automation based on target material. Assumedly, it'd make things easier. Like, if we're gonna do that, we're gonna need, like, a material we really want a lot of. But, like, we have dedicated sort of zones for making that material. The material inputs, the material outputs are all that matters. And then inside that, there's just some amount of power requirement, which we can then just generate on site. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So what makes it easier to make everything else? Well, first thing I can think of is steel. Yep, iron. How do we automate iron, though? And steel. Well, okay. Automating steel is automating iron. Okay, there's iron berries, the ore berries. We get them from the time to get some steel quest as a possible option. Otherwise, we need iron oreberry bush or iron oreberry seeds, which are crossbreeding. Okay. So, yeah, okay. Really? Like the same oreberry on both sides? And then just have it run? Huh. Well, I guess it would be beneficial to start a research and development division. Let's see what we can learn about the crop. This seems more basic fundamentally stuff. Unknown seeds, no more. We want unknown seeds. New plants have grown on your crop sticks. You can harvest the crop by right-clicking. Quick, let's plant, drop a seed bag. This is not guaranteed, however, but the chance to rise in security does. I would do that by just doing some crossbreeding of a thing we don't recognize. Okay. So. Make a plot of farmland with your tool and place water in the middle. For now, make 3x1 plots separated by a row of dirt or cobble. I want to be able to see the center of each column of 3x1 plots all at once, like this. What the heck does this mean? Water. Dirt. Farm. Do. There is a scanner machine. I investigated that earlier. I'm looking at this. So... What does it mean that separated by a row of dirt or cobble? Is that just these separated? Okay. Let's check that scanner real quick, though. Basic scanner, that's an emitter, sensor, medium voltage circuits for a low voltage scanner. Oh my goodness, we gotta do some complicated processing on this thing. Goodness. What do we need for that? Well, we got that. We need more copper wire. That's enough for 3 out of 4. And then obviously the low voltage circuits. You know what? This has motivated me. We need to make a stack. We need to make a brand new stack of low voltage circuits. Let us do the math on that. I would very much like to do the math on that. Where's my old clipboard? We gotta do some numbers. Psychologically, I think it'd be better if we just made all of this in bulk. All at once. Where's my clipboard? There it is. Right, got this set on expedition goals. We did the expedition, so I don't need this. Welcome to the second generation of stack of circuit. Circuit stack V2. Now that we have more technology, we can theoretically make this more cheap. So, let's do some research. Electronic circuit, we have evolved. Now that we have a circuit assembler, we can do things for slightly cheaper. Let's see our options. Molten tin exists at a rate of 1 per electronic circuit. Lead is worse, but we have a lot of lead that we aren't using. What about soldering alloy? Soldering alloy is a mysterious material made of 9 tin and 1 antimony. If we need 1 stack of tin to make 1 stack of circuits and half a stack of antimony or soldering alloy, and 1 antimony makes 10, then with simply 4 of them, we have enough soldering alloy. Good. Let's make a whole bunch of soldering alloy. Boop, boop. I think that's a good use of antimony. I don't know what else we use antimony for. Antimony trioxide. Cool. Okay, so let's see here. Starting from the top. Do 32 soldering alloy. Check. Next up. Now, there's no way to improve this. So these numbers are going to be very clear-cut and straightforward. 64 circuit boards. SMD resistor. SMD resistor. Requires a medium voltage assembler. That's outside of the budget. Tragically. What's the best deal we can get using glue right now? We don't have... Now that I think about it, we do have annealing technology. Big thing we'd be missing for it is oxygen. But what if we could get that oxygen? Okay, let's just at least go back to this. We're going to need 1 stack of circuit board, 2 stacks of resistors, 2 stacks of red alloy wire, and 2 stacks of vacuum tube. Sleep. Write that down on the clipboard. 1 stack of circuit board. Both 2 stacks of red alloy. 2 stacks of resistor, and 2 stacks of vacuum tube. Let's start with vacuum tube. Darn it, the vacuum tube's complicated. And again, it's bolstered by annealing... Wait, no it isn't. Oh, it is. Because it means we can swap out redstone alloy for red alloy and get the same amount. Because redstone alloy is a little bit of a pain. But assuming we did both, we get 16. Yeah, let's not start there. And instead start with the circuit board. Circuit board is... Oh. We can leverage polyethylene. Okay, so... One stack, because it goes 2 polyethylene ingots equals 16, which is a great conversion. It means that in total, we are going to need 8 polyethylene. Circuit board is 8 polyethylene, which is basically free. Then 32 times 4 copper. So take these. So 2 stacks of copper foil, 32 wood plank, 32 wood plank, 2 stacks of copper foil. 32 wood plank, 2 stacks copper foil. The conversion on copper foil is approximately 4-to-1. So 32 copper ingot. Wood planks are absurdly easy. They are a stack of wood pulp and 1 glue. In fact, I may as well make them right now. Do those have a special circuit setting? Yes, circuit setting 2. That stack in there. Got just enough glue to make this work. And there it goes. That's that done. We can make 2 stacks of that. Now, the rest of what we do here is going to depend on if we allow annealed or not. And so I'm going to ask the public gallery, which is just the people viewing, should we go for annealed copper in making these circuits, or should we just stick to unannealed? It will functionally double our material requirements for everything we do from this point forward. But also getting annealed is tough without an arc furnace. I'm not opposed to splurging for an arc furnace. And with arc furnace-based annealing, instead of using the EBF, copper to annealed is much cheaper. It only takes 63 oxygen, which allows us to do basically 16. The benefit for going for annealed copper is that when making electronic circuits out of annealed copper in an assembler, you get twice as many product. So for instance, with the vacuum tube, using copper wire and molten redstone, we get 2. But if we use annealed copper wire and molten... Okay, there's no option for that. So copper wire plus molten red alloy gives us 4. Whereas annealed copper wire and molten redstone gets us 8. So that's doubling it. So functionally, it halves the amount of copper we need. It halves the amount of steel rods we need. In this particular instance, it halves the amount of glass tubes we need. And it halves the amount of red alloy that we need. Probably worth it then. Okay. In that case, we need to make an arc furnace because we do not have the material, the oxygen, to anneal via EBF. We can anneal via EBF, but it is so oxygen inefficient as to not be worth it. It was only usable for like extreme cases of needing like 1 to 2 wire. And is indeed what I did up to this point. So, that means drop the math for a second. We're going for annealed. Second question, in particular for the vacuum tube. Do we go for molten red alloy or do we go for molten redstone alloy? For comparison, an ingot of red alloy is this. It is equivalent to 1 copper and 4 redstone. Molten redstone alloy is very different. It is a functional mixture EBF certified and everything of redstone, raw silicon, and coal. I'm gonna make the executive decision to declare redstone alloy to not be worth it. At least not for bulk production. The advantage of redstone alloy is that at low voltage, it is a superconductor. 0 amperage loss over distance. So it's something that if we get good, we would want to make. The real biggest problem with redstone alloy is that we don't have any coal. It won't accept something that isn't coal. We have carbon powder. We have charcoal dust available. It wants coal. Redstone and silicon, honestly, fine. Actually appealing. Those are cheap. But we need red alloy anyway, so let's lock in our choice of recipe then. For the vacuum tubes, we are going to be going for red alloy and annealed copper wire. So to make a stack, we are going to need 8 crafts of this. Which means 32 steel rods, 32 annealed copper wire, 32 glass tubes, and 4 molten red alloy. So 32 vacuum to let's just say glass tube, 32 steel rod, 32 annealed copper. Let's say and copper wire and 4 red alloy. Now, 32 annealed copper wire is 16 annealed copper. 32 steel rods is basically 32 steel ingots. In terms of how we can process them, it is. We can recycle the steel, of course. And then 32 glass tubes is... pretty sure that's 32 sand. Don't I have, like, a lot of glass dust sitting around from an earlier project? Is that in here? Glass. Maybe in this box. Nope. Here? Nope. Here. No. I thought I had glass available. Oh, wait, I remember. It's in here. How do we use that to our advantage? Fluid solidifier says it's 1-to-1. What other methods we got to make glass right now? Well, clear glass is 1-to-1. So we got 10 glass in the chamber. Or silica glass. What did we do? Yeah, we did. We did a lot of quartz sand and flint dust. Maybe that's what we have. Quartz sand available. Or third is quartz. Quartz. Take that out of there. Put that into there. Quartz dust, quartz dust, quartz dust. Nothing. Well, I know what we gotta do. We can solve this step early right now, so we can just make the glass tubes. Because the solution is just macerate a whole lot of sand, I think. In fact, it might even be more time efficient to just mortar it. Then we get a smattering of flint from our smattering of flint department. Is that enough for this? No. We're gonna need the full flint. Macerating 2 of these gets full. Forge hammer gives 2 small each. And mortaring it gives a tiny pile. So we do want to macerate. Macerate 8 flint to get 4 flint dust. The output. My factory is very loud. And then from here, I think it's alloy smelter into the ball mold is our best option. I think our chlorine tank's getting a little full. Might be a problem. Mayhaps an issue. This is just that part where I do stuff. Particularly consuming various different sliced vegetable and also possibly fruit. What's going on with my nutrition? Maybe I eat some apple. Okay, that's looking better. I think we're suffering under the lack of a food option. We will manage, though. I believe in us. Oh, here's my flint dust supply. Sometimes you just don't know that you have spare. 19 plus this 13, that makes our 32. That's another thing off the list. Now I'll mark it as like done when it's ready to craft. If it's not ready to craft, I'll leave it unchecked. Next up would be the 32 steel, which is technically only 16 steel. But we gotta input 32 and get out 32 as like a byproduct. Going good. Happy about the power situation at the very least. That is going to be a thing that I am happy about for a while. In fact... Okay, quick question. What are the ways to make steel? Are there other ways to make steel? Like regular steel. There's a blast furnace recipe. Medium voltage involved taking wrought iron and oxygen. There's also iron dust and oxygen over the course of 25 seconds. And then steel back into steel is free. Power. There's also an EV recipe that's just iron and coal powder. Not sure why you would use that. Oh, I know why you would use that, because it takes only 2.5 seconds. Wild. But this implies that if we can get a dedicated supply of oxygen, we can make steel fast. And that might be good, because we use steel in a lot of things, incidentally. At least in low voltage. But if we're mulling around in low voltage to make bulk production of stuff, then having a bulk production of steel is good. And really, isn't that what we're trying to make here anyway? Ain't that what it's all about? Okay, back to this. Frankly, it feels like we're moving away from needing tin for things. So we solve vacuum tube. We are committing to the annealed strategy. Glue, refine, glue, refine, glue, glue, refine, glue, refine, glue. Okay, so it will have to be glue. No, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. And no. So annealed, 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 annealed. Coal dust, no. Carbon dust, yes. So we need 8 crafts of this. That's going to be 32 wire, 32 fine wire, 8 carbon dust, and 16 glue. "16 glue is harder to quantify because we actually get glue in terms of buckets, not ingots. I'll put it down as 16 glue. Eight carbon dust. I don't know why I put a 0 instead of an 8. 32 and copper wire. 32 and copper fine wire. And then 16 glue. Well, the carbon dust is ready to go. Now, I'm going to dedicate a chest for the materials required in these checklists. I will put it here. Let's get them. Extra material that I don't know what to do with it. There, no. We'll put it in here. Okay. "32 glass tubes, ready to go. Right, get the glass tubes. Let's get that 8 carbon dust. Good. Let's convert this. 32 annealed copper wire is going to be 16 annealed copper. I forget the conversion rate on fine wire. Fine annealed copper wire, assuming we're just going from an annealed ingot. That is 8. So that would be 4 more. And 16 glue. How much glue do we got? That is enough glue. So glue is checked off as well. The steel is almost ready to go. That is 4 red alloy. Smelter, yep, let's make 4 red alloy. Your redstone. I worry about our redstone supplies. I really do. Maybe the first thing we do is make that centrifuge for the glowstone dust. Get that gold and redstone out. Can redstone be processed further into anything? Charged surface quartz dust. Not what I mean. I mean like separated down further. Like as one would do with perhaps a centrifuge or electrolyzer. Brewery can convert stuff to lubricant with it, not what I mean. Fluid extractor. Centrifuge can get a lot of mercury, silicon, pyrite, and ruby. Okay. So the reason I'm looking at this with interest is because all of these materials are good for us, basically. The silicon is silicon. We can use that for solar grade silicon, and that's a major component of making like wools and stuff, I think. The pyrite is iron. It is also sulfur. Not a lot, but it is a source. Greatly appreciated because I do not want to go back to the nether for sulfur, and we don't go through sulfur that much because it's pretty efficient when making rubber. The ruby dust, we could do some crazy autoclaving stuff, but more important to me is electrolyzing it for chrome. Because chrome is one of those critical ingredients in stainless steel. Of all the ingredients in stainless steel, I would argue it is the hardest to procure. Manganese is a close second. So with an infinite supply, even if it's very slow, an infinite supply of stainless steel, we'd have an actual good chance of getting into high voltage. I feel like the way forward is real. I feel like we can do it. Wait, no, this red alloy isn't for wires. This red alloy is for fluid. Yes. Knock that off, add that to the list. How's that steel? It's ready. Okay, check that off the list. circuit board is going to be 32 copper ingots. Extract it out to... Where's our copper? Are we out? Did I convert it all into bronze like a fool? Yes. Yes, I did. Ah, nothing a little bit material processing can't fix. I think we are entering another age of scarcity. Part of me wants to, like, arbitrarily name the ebb and flow of what we do in these streams like the various ages of the Covenant from Halo. Like, we can have an age of doubt and an age of reclamation and an age of conversation and stuff. Except it'll be, like, translated into Minecraft terms, like, there's a... We're having, like, an age of processing here. There'll be an age of collection, where we go out and mine. We can make cooler names for them later. I just want the concept to be established. That'll be good for at least one stack. I can go over here, put these away. The proprietary sodalite I have already can go in there. Can be processed later for more sodalite action. Oops. I know what I should do with all of my old generators. They were always going to be a transitional power source. But we've transitioned. In theory, I could recycle them for their steel content, but it seems unnecessary and possibly excessive. Do a little slicing. Forge hammer is done. That will be another stack of chalco pyrite we can process. I'm also going to take this crushed copper ore process. Wait. Yes, I would prefer cobalt. And that makes pyrite for more iron. Do we have any other fluid pipes we could be using with a decently high heat limit? Copper fluid pipe. What's the temperature of steam? I don't know. I assume theoretically it's somewhere above 370, maybe 400 Celsius degree. Oh, sorry, Kelvin. So maybe a copper pipe is fine for it. Fluid capacity is pretty bad though. Next up is steel, and then stainless steel, and then titanium, and then tungsten steel, and then high pressure fluid, and then plastic. Plastic is polyethylene. Right, right. I think I remember making the switch to plastic fluid pipe at some point. Wait a minute, this thing is not going to be suitable for Yeah, heat limit's 350. I don't know what temperature steam's at. It's probably a little too high. 375. Okay, we cannot use plastic pipes to transport steam. You can use wrought iron? You can use lead. It's a really awkward fluid capacity. You could technically use clay. Surprising. Yeah, plastic is looking really good for distributing cold fuel, like benzene, because polyethylene is functionally free eventually. But in terms of heated material, it is basically going to have to be a foundation of either iron or copper. A shame. Not sure what I'd rather use. I'll stick with the bronze standard for now. I forget what I was doing. I was getting more copper so that we could make the materials. Some good copper right there. Then, with enough of that, according to this, 32 copper ingots, we can convert that to foil. The circuit boards do not need to be annealed. I don't think. Would it help? If we're annealing anyway, it might help. No, there is no variation that takes copper foil as is. And we're going with polyethylene here. Yes. Wait, so I got polyethylene for that, and we have that, so that's done. We're almost ready to make the stack of circuit boards then. All we need is this copper foil. Quarter stack of copper, though. A little pricey. And we don't have any real means of increasing the... Oh, we have plenty of chalcopyrite in reserve. I wasn't thinking of chalcopyrite when I checked. That's a mistake on my part. Let's at least start converting the foil. I believe it is bending machine on circuit setting 10. There's 16. We need 16 more. Any extra I got in here? No, just a single copper ore. It's just a smelting game now. Wait, the conversion for oil... It is 4-1. At the check. Therefore, yes, to get the 4 stacks of it, the 2 stacks of it, we will need 32 copper ingots. 16's in the chamber, already be foilified. We simply need 3 more. Good. Let the rest of it smelt out. We'll need it for later. Okay, I should have expected that. We're doing 2 stacks. I split this in half. It would be an exact perfect stack on one side. Glad to know that numbers still work. You always gotta check every once in a while. The odds that numbers stop working are astronomically low, but the consequences are pretty disastrous, so you want to be on top of that. Good. Assemble. Circuit board is the foil. That's going to be 32 copper ingots. Copy. Copper. Polyethylene. No, we don't have polyethylene. I was confusing it for something I did earlier. Never mind. Where's our existing ethylene? It's in here. That, I think, is enough if we make 8 compressed air. It's less than 10, but not by much. After this, though, we are going to have to make more polyethylene. Not for this, though. Just for other stuff. Like the arc furnace. Nothing wrong with using the wooden pipes for all this right now. It's just that it's... If we're pumping a lot of benzene to a lot of places and we're just going through it a lot, we're going to need something with a bit better throughput. And then we'll convert to plastic. Actually, it's going to be a bit of a pain to shift the processing line over, because this thing full of wood tar needs to become a thing full of wood gas. Distilled from wood gas, medium voltage, into ethylene. That's circuit setting 2, whereas this is circuit setting 3. What is wood tar on circuit setting 2? Phenol. Wait, why is this a vaguely respectable option? 2080. So 4 to 1. Benzene in a gas turbine is 360. Phenol in a gas turbine is 288. But we also get 1/4 as much. So I understand why we're not using phenol. But if we did use phenol, it would make this a little simpler. Benzene, toluene, dimethylbenzene, cyclopentadiene. Yeah, keep it on 3. This would stop. Because this is making wood tar, which then gets converted. So that wouldn't work. So in order to convert us into ethylene mode, we would cut this. Flip over that during an idle cycle. Basically turn off the Pyrolysis oven for a bit. So step 1, turn off the Pyrolysis oven. Step 2, cut that. Step 3, set circuit to 2. Step 4, substitute this circuit line out to go somewhere else. Or turn off auto eject and then just let it fill up and then we pick it up. Alright, it's not elegant, but so long as we don't need to bulk produce ethylene, we can make it in waves. It's like a direct-to-customer build order. Just-in-time delivery. I honestly think I struck gold a little bit with this idea of using the transformer as the wire. It didn't really occur to me that I could directly attach electrical power inputs and outputs to each other immediately. Given the fact that I usually want power from a source to go to many destinations, it didn't seem practical or even useful at all. But for something like this, where it's power made on-site into a very large machine that needs to use all of it, something like this works great. I forget what I'm doing. I was waiting on the compressed air, which I think is done now. I can pick it up and go back. I can make the polyethylene that we need for the circuits. And I shall do that now. Okay, that does take a second to update. I don't understand why it doesn't put it directly into the box. Like, why can't it just put it into the cell directly? Or is it expected that it'd be more useful out of cell form? Maybe because the compressed air is just considered a catalyst, and this empty cell is just lack of air, uncompressed air, that it wants to go back into the compressor. I guess they thought of this. That's appreciated. Okay, in terms of polyethylene remaining, that is effectively 0 ethylene. So where's my plunger? Get plunged. It got plunged. Leave that there for fluid management purposes. From here, what do we do? Elephant in the room is that we need to make the arc furnace eventually. Keeping in line with the ability to just shunt power to places, I'm going to put the arc furnace just slapped on the side of this here. Because each of these sides should be able to output 4 amps. First, we gotta make the part. Okay, vending machine's done there. Server backup is done. It just says that. Okay, copper foil is ready. Polyethylene is ready. We can make the circuit board now. How many do we have to start with? None. Basically. Meanwhile, start doing the processes through which we make a hull. No, I want a wrench. Yes. Almost made the complete wrong thing. And then this tragically requires the tin cable and more polyethylene. Do we have any wrought iron remaining? Just any at all? Technically, yes. You know what? This is an act of extreme laziness. But I think I'd prefer to just use the wrought iron today. Just saw me up some... There we are. Iron ingots. Let me put it in here. Those will get ratified. Suppose I could have used the... blast furnace for that. I forget it can do wrought iron, but I think it needs oxygen to do wrought iron, so it doesn't help. Next step is I'm going to take these 4x tint weight, arc furnace. Doesn't it use 4x? Yeah. So these 4x must be used for making the arc furnace, so I'll keep them in there. So that leaves me without tin cable once again. Guess I'll have to make it. Understandable that we use 4x tin cable in the recipe. It just makes a whole lot of lore sense, you know? Should have some extra rubber sheets around, probably in the backpack. Yes. Kind of running low. I might have to bring the chemical reactor back online for that. There's a tin cable. Doot. Doot. We wait for the vending machine's results. It gives us this. Can compress. I'm gonna cheat. I'm cheating. Now, when I say cheating, I mean, at least in this instance, sacrificing material efficiency for speed. In this instance, I have spent an additional charcoal in order to get the wrought iron done sooner. Indeed, I am also cheating just in general for this low voltage hull because I am foregoing the polyethylene just so I don't have to make more polyethylene or deal with the Pandora's box of altering the function of the pyrolysis oven to make ethylene for the first time since making the benzene automation system. It's a little bit of a liability. I'm hesitant to touch it. Alright, that's low voltage machine hull. Which we'll need for the arc furnace. So what else do we need for the arc furnace? Got that, got that, got that. Graphite cell. I forgot about the graphite cell. That is graphite dust. How do I get graphite dust? Do I have graphite anything? I assume it's a material we got during our escapades near Diamond. Something I sincerely doubt I've ever processed. Indeed. What's the processing line of graphite? We crush it, we get free carbon. We macer it again, we get free carbon. And we centrifuge it, we get free carbon. I don't need free carbon. So I will simply macerate it. Man. We gotta clean this out. I'll simply macerate it and then centrifuge it. Well, okay, I don't know what I mean by that, because I'll macerate and I'll get crushed. If I smelt it there, I will probably get... here. Oop. I mean, it'll be fast either way. Might be overkill on the centrifuge, but it'll be fine. Those parallels ain't helping us here. What else? What else? 2 circuits, 3 additional steel plate. Easy. Relatively. Kinda. It's crashed graphite. Now it's smashed graphite. Soon enough, it shall be splashed graphite. No inventory space. Out goes a compound. We have no room for all this crushed material. Put it back in here where it arguably belongs. Put this back in here, arguably where it belongs. You running? Not enough space. Copper, cobalt, pyrite. Put them away. Copper and cobalt are an element. Pyrite is a compound. Oh, we did have room for that. That was fast. Now, this is a canning machine situation. Yes? Yes. Take an empty cell, which I have. And we can it. Make sure it's nice and packed in there. Graphite cell is ready. Let's put arc furnace in the recipe space here. Everything. We got the hull. We got the cell. We need 3 steel plates. Elephant in the room is, of course, the fact that we need those circuits. But equally the problem is the fact that we don't get those until we have the annealed copper to make it, which means that we have to make these inefficiently. Ditch all that and just get enough to make 2 all normal style. Looking for any spare parts I can ransack. Do not appear to have such luck. Okay. Welcome to the world of grand efficiencies. We are going to be making 2 low voltage circuits at a very low efficiency compared to our full process. For no major reason other than our full process is unavailable to us. We'll be making things, but they will be made out of unannealed copper. This is enough as is. Moving 2 here, place 2 there, place 8 around here. Am I mistaken? Circuit board. Ah, of course, it's a coded circuit board. Or this. Oh, this presents a problem. How do we get coded circuit board? Slime balls. Not so big a problem after all. We have slime. Probably got a few slime balls lying around. After all, we used to not have the steam separator for making super efficient glue. And had to do it from extraction of the slime balls directly into a rubber substitute. Now we can do this. There we go. Clamp are completed. Circuits in there. Next up, resistor. This will be a lovely trip down memory lane, yeah? Of all the nonsense we had to do before. So we are going to need 4 resistors for this. It's going to be 8 fine, 8 regular. How many regular do we have right now? 4. More slime. And carbon dust works for this thing. Wow, this is extremely inefficient. How nostalgic. For a few streams ago, and this is how it was done. I have a sneaky suspicion that those were placed wrong, and that they are supposed to be vertical. We shall check in a second. Yep. My mistake. That's 4 resistors. Done. Vacuum tubes. Vacuum tubes are such a pain to make that I may just want to use the hyper-efficient system we have now method of doing it anyway. I'm going to take this red alloy dust I just have around. Fluid extract it. Take the last empty cell I own. Fill it up. Put it in here. Vacuum tube. For molten red alloy, which I am using for this, it will be 444 to make 4, which is how much we need. And it's a good thing I did choose to make extra. Particular circuit setting for this is 5. Okay. 4 in there. I can ransack this supply because I know I'm making the rest of it. 4, 4, and the wire mill makes 4. Now, what to do with that? Make another 4? I don't know. We need that little extra... Well, no, we don't. You know what? In the spirit of the hyper inefficiency of it all, I'll plunger it. Go back here, we're back to 32. More importantly, we got our vacuum tubes. We can place them in here. What are we missing? It is the red alloy, isn't it? Yeah, it is. At the end of the day, it always comes back to red alloy. There may also be not enough tin in there. It's fine. Pretty sure it's 1 ingot of tin. Put the red alloy wire in. We are going to have our 2 circuits. We're going to have our arc furnace, and we are going to have annealed copper. The maximum efficiency, let's calculate out how much annealed copper we have. We have... Everything's ready for the circuit boards. Do we want to make the circuit boards? Sure, let's make the circuit boards. Circuit board is assembler setting 6. Need that, we're gonna need that. The next stack and the polyethylene. Go. And we got some empty cells back. Circuit assembler is ready. We have our 2 circuits, and we have our arc furnace. Let's put that down. To not contradict this thing at all, I'm going to put it here. Good. So in order to power stuff, we're going to need a source of oxygen. We don't have a consistent source of oxygen, but I do have an oxygen cell. I just found it. Put that in there. Alright, how much annealed copper will we truly need? Let's pick the clipboard and run some numbers. So, circuit board is check. Red alloy resistor and vacuum tube does not go into the equation, neither does the soldering alloy. It's ready, it's just not in fluid form. We are going to need 16 annealed copper for the vacuum tubes. 16 annealed copper for this. And then I think I forgot to remove the fine wire part of that. So it's going to be 36 annealed copper. Given my rough estimate that one bucket of oxygen provides 16. We're going to need to find more oxygen. Where are we going to get oxygen in this economy? I have an idea. We can do a little electrolysis. What's the electrolysis setting for water? There are a few I know of. Let's see here. We've got water with empty cell equals oxygen and hydrogen. That's setting 1. I think setting 1 is fine. It seems weird to do it like this, but I would like to clear this of all of its elements. I kind of want to do it with the medium voltage electrolyzer. That'd be weird of me, but... Oops. Something's processing. Oh. Oh, there was some extra stuck in the chamber. Good, great. That actually makes this a big problem. Dump those, put the graphite in there, put the sodalite in there. Take that out. What are we gonna do with that, huh? Circuit setting 1, let's just put it in here. Neglected inventory management. Rookie mistake. Element, 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 element. And now we're stuck with excess chlorine. What's the verdict here? Verdict here is I need more empty cells. Another one. Now, at the very least, I can put the chlorine in here, put it into a single large steel container, and then run away with it. Run away from my problems. We're gonna need better fluid storage. Soon. Once the electrolyzer is done and all the other machines have gone quiet, we can begin the annealing process. I also want to put in the lithium battery we have, just to be... Oh, wow, that's taken a while, huh? Just to be absolutely certain we're not overloading the system, but that's 3 amps, that's 1 amp. Even this, I think, is fine. Go battery in. Annealma. And that should be through in relative quick process. Meanwhile, the last of the circuit boards have been prepared. Check that off the list. I already did. 2 stacks of red alloy. That's a problem. Is it really 2 stacks of red alloy? Circuit assembler. No. It's 2 stacks of red alloy wire, which translates to 32 red alloy. Don't scare me like that, Self. That's done. Away. Next up, we can do the vacuum tubes. We have everything for that. Still circuit setting 5. Molten alloy, steel rods, glass tube. We need the annealed copper. Which will be wire milled. Checking very closely that that is indeed what it's doing. Yes. Into a half stack. Yes, because we are not using redstone alloy. We are using red alloy. It's like the annealing is done. As far as the other thing we're annealing, check the clipboard. Resistor is another set of wire. This is fine wire. So we can let it run double duty like that. The annealed wire here becomes fine wire, goes to the resistor, and then that's ready to go. It's all coming together. My biggest concern at this point is the 32 red alloy. Let's check our redstone supply. I think that's going to be the problem. We have plenty of raw redstone ore. This is going to be a similar problem to the lazurite, huh? Yeah. Put that in there. Just get another chest for it. We've got like 20. We've got like 17. Take you all out. Do in there manually if I have to. The redstone supply will be enough. The processing on it will be slow, and I'm sad about this. Steel. Steal it. Steal it. Put 2 back. We haven't been making steel in a while. I assume these have gone dead. Yep. That's okay. Recycling. Wire mill is complete. We go to fine wire. Check our copper supply is external to what I'm holding right now because we are going to need 32 copper for the 32 red alloy. That's enough. Plop it in the alloy smelter, just so I know where it is. Meanwhile, 2 stacks of redstone. More like a stack and a half plus a bit, but let's just make the 2. Our mill is ready. We don't need that red alloy until the final step, so let's have it run here. We will be foregoing the tin for soldering alloy, created explicitly for this mission. Where'd the soldering alloy go? What did I do with it? Did I misinterpret it as iron? Where did it go? Did I already put it in the fluid extractor? Is it just sitting there? No. I know I made it in here. No. 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 How do I do this to myself? Did I misinterpret it as iron and put it into this thing? No. 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 Backpack again for sanity check? No. One of these? No. 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 Here, no. Here, no. Here, no. Here, no. Am I some kind of fool? Did I get rid of it somehow? Like, if any of you see it, you gotta tell me, yeah? I'll even check these. I'll even check these. It is nowhere. I must have dropped it somehow and lost it all. That is the only explanation that makes sense. And I feel like an absolute fool for doing this. On either of these hoppers. Any of these machines awkwardly for no reason. No, 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 no. I saw that creeper at the peripheral. I'm running. Where's the safest place to bait this thing to? Probably the basement, but I think I'd rather try and get it out to sea. Sees me. Okay, due to a massive failure on my part, I appear to have lost all of the soldering alloy. Got a fire charge, though. Well, one day, maybe I'll find it. One day, maybe I'll use it. Today, I simply suffer for losing what I worked so hard to gain. This is absurd. Okay. I'll make more soldering alloy after I finish making the redstone. Stop for a second. You're the empty one. You are the full one. No! no fire. Oh, okay, that was close. I'm a fool. You want to put water away? You need a bucket. There's the bucket. Everything's decided to be a disaster immediately and forever. We'll make the red alloy. We'll have the red alloy. How did this happen? How did I do this? I am a fraud. I am an absolute fraud who does not know how to do things. I am fraudsman, lies a lot. Wait, this is it. I'm just holding it. I mistook it for tin. I was gonna make more. This is it. Okay, we found it. Extractma. You have to find somewhere to put this chlorine, because this is my transmission method. Fuck it back in there. Ignoring that for now, though. Is everything ready? I think I've miscalculated the annealed copper wire. We need 4 more ingots. Fortunately, this is no burden at all. I'll dip my clipboard with this. There we go. So the answer is exactly 40 annealed copper for this method. Can't increase it much further without redstone alloy, which is prohibitively expensive right now. I know I've been sandwiching too much. I don't have anything else. Set that back to 1 for sanity later. Okay. Check the clipboard. Refuel the other half of the redstone for this. Let that keep going. Meanwhile, let's start crafting these constituent components. Start with the vacuum tubes, because I feel like it. We're looking for an assembler on setting 5. The molten redstone goes in there. The molten red alloy, I'm sorry. Did I do that already? I don't think I did, because I still have all of the stuff. The red alloy will be somewhere. For now, let's just put in the rest of it. Okay, we want the half stack with neo copper wire. We want the half stack of this. We want the half stack of glass. And we want the 8 red alloy, which I have placed somewhere. That's molten redstone. Don't tell me I somehow lost this too. This at the very least... Wait, no, wait. Sandy check backpack. There it is. Okay, redstone setting is 6. Is that correct? No. We want redstone setting 5. Put in the red alloy cell. 8 crafts. Good. The ratios are panning out. This is only making a stack of stuff. Is it? Uh-oh. Ah, darn it. I did the recipe based on that. We are off by quite a bit then. That's okay. That's okay. We can resolve this. It's not too bad a problem. We are gonna need more oxygen though. That's fine. That's just another trip to the water park. We only need one this time. Very convenient timing on that. Battery power was lost. Basically right on schedule. The existing red alloy is done. We need 4 more. In order to correct the mistake, let's do vacuum tube, and I assume I know what happened here. I calculated this in terms of... yeah. So double all of these. And let's not forget the 32 more steel we need for this. Though conveniently, it's the same steel. So we gotta lathe that, then we'll be good. Oh, lack of anything else to do, let's do some more material processing. Especially want to go back, get some more of that unprocessed chalcopyrite, and start smelting it. Focus. This is where we keep the charcoal. There. There. We have fuel, put that back. Well, it's going. And at least we have half of it. And while we have half of it, we can make all of something else. Let's go for the resistors. Resistors are assembler on setting 3. We are going to need the fine copper. Annealed copper here, the fine copper here. I think I overbuilt a annealed fine copper due to my confusion at having a stack of copper wire. We'll see how it pans out. Then it's the carbon. And now a ridiculous amount of glue. Do this in bundles of 8. How many glue does the clipboard say it is? 16 glue. I could actually just do that all at once then, if I know exactly it's 16. Oh, no, it's 16 in terms of ingot. Right. So we can do this. Dust, coal powder, coal dust. Carbon dust is available. Circuit setting 16. Copper wire. Fine copper wire. Annealed copper. Fine annealed copper. Carbon. 5 assembler. Refined glue. Oh. It's setting 5. Okay. So apparently, circuit setting changes depending on what approach you're taking. Annealed stuff, I guess, is more 5 than not. I think this is another case of I only calculated for one stack instead of however many we needed. You know what? I'm not gonna resolve this. The excess oxygen we'll need for annealing this, No, I'll do it. I'll do it. Okay, so we already have the annealed spare we need. So it's just a matter of annealing the wire again. That's going to require another chunk of oxygen. And then another 16, which means another bucket of water. Easy in, easy out. You are losing the power. This is a low voltage battery, it won't help you. So you'll just have to wait. Should be clear now. Okay, wire mill these. These are for the vacuum tubes, technically. Food supplies are cataclysmically low. I think it would be irresponsible to eat the epic bacon. We do have some steak, raw beef. But remind me, how do I make a pie? Either shepherd's or chicken pot, both are available. Carrot, potato, peas, dough, rolling pin. Carrot, potato, peas, rolling pin. Oh, the shape is actually very important. I'm missing the mutton, of course. What else am I missing? That the mutton goes there. Potato bottom left. There we go. Finally, some variety. Finally, some saturation. Is my... Huh. I think my hazmat suit protects me from hurting myself by fire. Or at least from, like, the heat of pipes and maybe even fluid cells that I'm holding. Okay, we got another oxygen. Put that in the arc furnace. Finish the job. Armor craft complete there. At the very least, we can do this again. 8 more carbon dust is no cost. We get carbon dust as a byproduct of just doing stuff. We get carbon dust as a waste product of making benzene technique. No, I'm thinking of dark ashes. This is just the oxygen. I guess we don't get carbon as much anymore because we don't make as much steel as we used to. Still, that'll be our second stack of resistors. How's this going? Another 4 alloy to be fluid extracted such that fluid solidifier. We can eventually put it in here. Gotta wait till the chamber is not using the glue anymore. Then we swap it in, make another stack of vacuum tubes. Wait a minute. I need another half stack of glass. Okay. That is fine, because I made a whole stack of this, and it's just another 4 of this. Put it here. Put it here. And then we alloy smelt with the bowl mold. Yes. Do I have the ball mold? No, I have the plate mold. That was probably for the rubber sheets. The rubber sheets have been made obsolete by the ability to coat rubber directly. So we can finally put this back here if we ever want to cast plates directly again. Unlikely. What are we gonna do with that hydrogen? I guess I'll take it. Put it in here with the rest of the hydrogen. It has purposes. Probably. It's a catalyst for the magnesia thing. Probably a catalyst for other things as well. But fluid storage is a weak point of ours. Alright, glue has exited the chamber. We now have this thing filled up with glue once more. We can now go back to making vacuum tubes. It is circuit setting 5. Put those in. Wire mill should be... Vacuum tubes, which is what we are making, is annealed copper wire, which is why I got this 16 earlier. We finished the job on that. 32 steel rods for the lathe has been completed. Put those in there. Okay, we're back on track. The soldering alloy goes in here. Let that go. Let that go. Salts here. These in, ready to be built. We can also put in the stack of these. Don't tell me. Yep. I need another stack of red alloy, or another half stack. Because for some reason, I calculated every component as if I needed one stack. Fool that I am. At least the cauldron should be full. Any other faster way to waste a hammer on it? I'm not going to waste a hammer on it. I got a forge hammer for wasting stuff. That means I'm going to need another half stack of copper. Do I have that much copper yet? Thank you, past self, for attempting to do some efficient processing. So across the board, not as cheap and efficient as I led myself to believe by doing some faulty assumptions in my math. But still not bad. Get everything running, it'll be smooth and fine. Boink. You're almost ready to go. Actually, I think you're ready enough to go. We still have the 9-ish here. Two more. I'll stop it prematurely. We'll switch to red alloy production. Done. Red alloy. That in there. The final component is the annealed copper, which I have prepared earlier. A stack each. Good. It's happening. While I wait, the entire point of the red alloy is to be made into red alloy wire, such that it can be put into the circuit assembler. Actually, don't have enough slots to put all this stuff in. This will go at a reasonable speed. We actually need 8 less red alloy than I've been saying because we already have 16 from a previous engagement. My inventory's a mess. This is no surprise, but I am reiterating it. Add that. Second batch of redstone needs to be done. Clean it. Put it in here, but only half of it. Going for a clean finish on the amount of copper we need here. Orders from the wire mill have given us a complete stack. We can, at the very least, begin the stack craft. And the vacuum tubes are ready. Boom, boom. So if we're going to be making 64 crafts of this, and each one takes 10 seconds, this is going to be about 10 minutes. Let's go 11. Nothing will have to reload into this, except for at the halfway point in 5 minutes, we need to swap in more red alloy cable wire. You know which one I mean. While all that's happening, let's take a break from all of that stress and complications. Do something simple like process some ore. We have some nice pyrite here. And look, asbestos, cassiterite sand, tetrahedrite, and copper. Now I know what I want to do. I want to take some of the cobalt we've acquired from our escapades in... All the cobalt we have left. I guess I smelted it all. Yeah. And we'll put this in the blast furnace. Take out the steel and aluminum we have already gotten. Good here. We can take out this stack of steel dust. We can put that in the blast furnace too. All about recycling. All about having the power and fuel production to run this perpetually. It could just be a part of an assembly line now, just straight in, straight out. And that might be appealing for the electrolyzing sodalite line. Get that aluminum ready to go. Bye. Good quarter of the way there. Numbers tell me that it's been there for like 3-ish minutes. S3S. Another thing we can do. We got all that aluminum from the process. We should start compressing them in the compressor so that we can turn them into ingots. A full stack of aluminum is a great boon for our general ability to make whatever the heck we want. Speaking of making whatever the heck we want, let's restock the iron as well. This time I'll stop using the cactus coke and instead use the charcoal, even though I suspect there's a full stack ready to go. I'm doing this because we're using carbon dust a lot more frequently. So I want to make sure that we are restocking that supply, because the only reliable way to restock that supply right now is indeed getting charcoal into the brick blast furnace. Granted, we can probably take charcoal dust, use it for a lot of the same circumstances we would use carbon dust. And it would appear that through electrolysis, we can convert one to the other almost instantly. So as long as we have charcoal from somewhere, we have carbon dust. Look forward to the next hour of this thing processing once we get all the aluminum in there. It's already backed up to another 25-ish minutes. Maybe even 30, because it's more than 60 seconds. Oh, that's our cue. Putting the red alloy wire. We're halfway there. 5 minutes to go. Oh, right. This was from the... That part right there was from the water spill. Maybe we move the cauldron somewhere underground. Impart some safety like that. There's a zombie over there. There's a zombie underneath here, or in the water. Nope, it's underneath. Ooh, we got like super weed. Cool. And yeah, there's a zombie in the tunnels. Cactus Coke is being made. Cactus Farm is good. Or less oven operational as normal. You may want to upgrade from chest to barrel for the ash. If we're going to be doing a lot of fancier assembly line stuff, we may want to invest not in pipes and conveyor belts, but in those translocator things in the here. Especially because the translocators have a very convenient method of filtering items, so long as we have the space. I'm imagining like a multi-tiered chest system into a bunch of barrels to get all of the different byproducts out of the electrolysis of... Sorry, centrifuging of ash. And each of those will go to its own dedicated electrolyzer line, which will then have copper outputs for the dusts, and then a combined fluid output for all of the oxygen, which will then go into like one singular super tank, which we may need to make. And it may just need to be one of these again, or one of the Greg Tech tanks. Because those, I think, have some pretty good storage to them. Quantum tank, these regular tanks, that's tank the aesthetic block. Here? No. Here, low voltage fluid tank, stores 64. Medium voltage is available. We could do... No, we can't. Back to medium voltage, just a pump, a pipe, 128 barrels, buckets, sorry. Might be good. Part of me thinks it's gonna fill out immediately. Because, like, the vast majority of the material in ash by volume is oxygen. So if you imagine 2 stacks of ash, basically fills this whole thing up. Which is why a high voltage tank is not actually that better. We could also make a lot of the iron tanks and just stack it really high. Somehow it feels like the only situations we could possibly have are no oxygen or too much oxygen. Puzzling conundrum, don't you think? It's almost done. 30 more seconds. Here we go, here we go, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom! We have it. Let's leave the soldering alloy in there. We have it! The electronic circuit stack has returned. Welcome, one and all, to the second age of circuit. We're here. Put the stack safely in there. We can now make incredible wonders. And at least a half stack of medium circuits. If we want to go the extra mile, get the copper cable wire involved. Get some diodes in there. I'm a little worried about the diodes in general, because they are very much a pricey proposition, given that gallium and arsenic are very, very rare. In terms of arsenic, we have a decent amount. Our grand supplies of cobaltite, which I think we may have already gone through. Cobaltite, kyanite, razorite. Cobaltite is... We have some cobaltites that can be trifurcated into cobalt, arsenic, and sulfur, which is okay. A little bit of an awkward process involving oxygen. Never mind, we have a medium voltage electrolyzer. We can do this directly now. So, cobalt, arsenic, sulfur. The gallium... Is it 2 L's? We have barely any. And it's from the sphalerite. Sphalerite is, of course, the thing we found in the sulfur vein nether. In terms of sphalerite supplies to extract it from, we don't have a good option. What does the quest book recommend back in low voltage? Zinc bees react to gallium combs with hydrochloric acid. The bee is not too deep at the breeding progression. The processing only requires low voltage. Crops under the farming tab to get Galvania leaves to 4x your zinc and sphalerite crushed ores to purified ores. Use the high voltage macerator on the centrifuged ores to get a 10% chance of a whole gallium dust. Use plentiful bauxite ores from the moon. I think I actually went with attacking the sappers and the red caps to get gallium. For arsenic, cobaltite ore and swipe source is a great source. Also be multiplied 4x by the nickel. But gallium is a pain. Might have to do like zinc bees. Because gallium... we don't have a lot of it. Nickel oxide, sodium, silver. Yeah, gallium's a problem. Feels like the only way we can do stuff right now is to just buy the diodes we need. Which is working, but is not sustainable. Especially considering... well, okay, we do some kill quests. We maybe get enough. Every 2 kill quests would equate eventually to 1 purchase. Okay. I guess that health bar was for the King Slime in the quest book. As weird as that sounds. Well, the Lumberly Zone is sort of gone out of commission now that we have repeatable lumber crops. We could also probably process some of the saplings that are eventually just going to build up a unacceptable quantity. Tactical torch placement so that monsters can't spawn here because it seems like it thinks it can. Success. Maybe that's where the fire creeper came from. Or just these hills. I haven't gone too deep in lighting up these hills. Either way, with the completion of our new gas generators to put us back into full factory operation, in combination with our newfound glorious supply of 1 stack of electronic circuits, we are back in the circuit game. We are back in the tech game. And we can start building. And I think what we got to do, maybe restock some of our components, but start building dedicated automation. Daunting progress, I know. But I think we're ready. Enter maybe the ore farming. More crops, more sources. If we have infinite iron, we have infinite steel. If we have infinite steel, we have infinite low voltage hulls. And if we have infinite low voltage hulls... Okay, we don't have infinite low voltage hulls. We're going to need tin. Just a little tiny bit. But it's almost enough for infinite low voltage machines. And therefore infinite automation. Or at least the automation we can do at low voltage. Medium voltage processing is also slowly becoming more available, and with it, we will be able to process materials with relative ease, provided we get a good fluid extraction mold solidification system going, which I think we can do. Why am I experiencing slowness? Oh, it's because I'm starving. I thought my hazmat suit was broken. Never mind. Walking around inefficiently like a fool, this is what I get. The food will be available. Eat a slice of tomato for now. All in all, factory is looking better and better, and I'm happy for it, and I'm happy to get to the big major missions and accomplishments, even if it doesn't happen that fast. I am not the most efficient GregTech player in the universe. I don't even know if I'm in the top, like, half of people who play GregTech. The people who don't play GregTech. I'm probably better at GregTech than the people who have never played GregTech. But of the people who play GregTech, I have no idea where I lie on the skill level. There's probably a lot I'm not doing, a lot of efficiencies I'm flaking out on, a lot of responsibilities I'm too lazy to do, like going to mine more minerals. Or sort my inventory. I'm Exception. This isn't TV. Have a good day, and good night.